There's Ari in the chat. Test, test. Cool. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again, today we are going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at this painting, or actually this is the brighter version. This is what it originally looks like. We're going to be looking at Arnold Böcklin's Isle of the Dead, and arguably the first version. We'll talk about that because there's 6 different versions of this. And if you may not recognize this painting, especially if you're in North America, but those people in Europe, particularly in Germany or Holland, Switzerland, definitely know this painting, and at one point it was one of the most famous paintings on Earth. We'll talk about why and why it was so popular. So many prints of this painting exist. So I'm really excited to tackle this particular painting here. There's a little bit of information about this particular version is at the Kunstmuseum Basel in Switzerland. So in a moment, we're going to talk about how difficult today's painting is. Is this something you want to try doing? We'll talk about getting it transferred onto the canvas. We'll talk about materials that you need. We'll stain it with some color, and then we're going to talk about Böcklin's biography. Then we'll talk specifically about today's painting and what makes it so unique and so popular. We'll talk about the various inspirations for this painting, or what people believe might have inspired it, because we're not exactly sure. And then we're going to start painting on it. This is going to be a little bit of a longer painting, but I've booked out a lot of time for today to work on it. I'm expecting 5 hours, 6 hours to crank this one out, because there's a lot of detail and just layers of paint. So it's a little bit of a slower painting. Whoops, well, we're not quite there yet. Maybe just before we do this, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when these future episodes are taking place. I inadvertently posted on the Facebook group, which you saw there. I scheduled it, I thought, for this morning, but it was actually going to be live tomorrow morning, and I realized, so if you're wondering how come you didn't get any advance notice, it's because I misscheduled the posts. So if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can scan this QR code or enter in that web address there, and there's links down below for that. For the price of a cup of coffee, you can help keep the lights on and help me buy new equipment as they fail after 515 of these episodes. Things tend to wear out a little bit. So if you scan that QR code, it takes you to the PayPal page where you can safely and securely donate, and you know that you're supporting the channel. If you want to send an e-transfer or a check in the mail or letter, box, package, whatever it is, contact me via my email. The link is down below to my website and the Facebook group, and that information is there as well. And speaking of the Facebook group, you can scan this QR code, you can go right to the Facebook group, you can join the group, take a photograph of whatever you've created today, upload it to the group to get free encouragement and support from the thousands of people that are part of that group around the world, as well as myself. Next week, we're doing our next free bonus episode where I go through everything that's on the page and give people free advice on how to improve their work. And so that's what our Facebook group looks like. So let's go to our first step of the day. Scale of difficulty. How difficult is today's painting? Is this something you want to try doing? Well, let's look at the scale. It goes from beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, and then a master like Böcklin himself. So where do you fall on this this line here? A beginner, someone who's never seen me before, never maybe even painted before, or certainly not painted with acrylic paints perhaps. This would be definitely I would say too difficult. You could try doing it, but just have zero, and I mean zero, expectations that you'd be able to follow along. If you're a novice, you could try doing it, but you'd probably get quite frustrated and be cursing at yourself and wondering why you're doing this terrible thing to yourself. So I would suggest, if you're a novice, you could try it, but again, have zero expectations. Today's painting I've put as an intermediate level artwork. So this is someone who's watched some episodes. They've done the entire few introductory episodes where we mix the color wheel. You understand what I'm talking about when I talk about color, temperature, and maybe he's even tried painting a couple of your own things. I think you might have a much more pleasant time of it if you have a bit of experience and you'd fall into this intermediate zone. Obviously, if you're advanced or a master like Böcklin himself, I think you would find this painting quite entertaining and pleasant and fun to do. So you shouldn't have too many problems if you're at that level as a master like that. So as I said, we are firmly in level 3 intermediate for this painting. Let's briefly talk about materials required. I did a whole hour-and-a-half long episode going deep into this, so I'm not going to spend too much time. I just want to do a quick summary for those of you who've never seen me before. So the first thing is you can scan this QR code. It goes to the Dropbox folder where you can download the PDF that has all of this information there. You can print it out or look at it on your phone while you're inside an art supply store. And it gives you all this information about to give, plus lots more, all my suggestions for buying different supplies that you would need to make a painting like this today. So, obviously we're going to be painting on with acrylic on a canvas board. I like using these 9x12 sized boards. You could use bigger or smaller, but bigger would be easier because you've got more room to add some detail in there. Smaller, I think, would just be, a nightmare waiting to happen. So I order these off of Amazon. There's a link down below for that. It's really one of the only art supplies I ever order off of Amazon, because usually they're more expensive on Amazon. I did gesso this. We'll talk about that when we get to it. I put this slide here as a reminder to myself to get some rags ready. I always find if I've got a rag or napkins or any kind of paper towels ready in advance, I'm unlikely to have a spill or make a huge catastrophic mistake. But it's when I don't have them ready, that's when it always happens, right? So we're about to use what's called the split primary palette. I didn't invent this concept, but as soon as I've discovered it when I was starting to teach, after I went through 8 years of art school, no one once mentioned any of this stuff to me. And then when I started becoming a teacher myself and putting together all my resources, and I realized, oh my goodness, why is this method not taught to elementary school kids, in the afternoon, when in the morning they're learning to spell and write the alphabet? If everybody learned this method, I think a lot more people would paint. It simplifies the process so dramatically. So essentially what we're going to be doing is splitting the primary colors in half into their warm and cool components. So all you really need is 6 tubes of color plus white, and maybe black too if you like. I'll be probably mixing my own black in today's episode, and I'll show you how to do that, because that's going to be pretty surprising if you've never done it. So every cool is either warm or cool. They're not actually hot and cold, but they give the appearance of being warm or cool. And when you understand color temperature, it helps you create the illusion of space in your painting, because warm colors appear to advance towards the viewer, cool colors appear to recede into the background. So when you're making a painting, you just have to ask yourself, where is this color in my painting? Is it going to be in the background? If so, it's a cold color or cool color. If it's in the foreground, it's going to be a warm color. And then the middle ground in between that can be a combination of warm and cool colors. And I'm telling you, it works, and every artist over the past 700 years in the West has utilized these concepts So it makes your paintings have depth, and it makes it easier to find and mix the color you want to mix. So I'm just going to run through this list of art supplies here. Hi, Deborah. I like using this Amsterdam brand of paint. I'm not sponsored or paid by them. No one has ever, and any time over the past almost 6 years now, given me a penny worth of free supplies. I'm not promoting anything. I just think this is the best bang for the buck, the cheapest paint for the highest quality and the most paint that you can get. Now, there are other brands like Golden, which is superior, but like 3 times the price, and a bit thicker of a paint too. We call that like a heavy body paint, whereas this is kind of heavy body, soft body paint. And then you can get acrylic, fluid acrylics, acrylic inks, if you want something that's more fluid or watery, right? If you find even this to be too thick. So I'm just going to scroll through these really quickly. All of this is captured in that PDF that you can download from the Dropbox, or you could watch that introductory episode where I go through all of the colors and I talk about them. I got photos for all of this that you can look at, and I answer all sorts of questions that you might have about paint and different brands. You can mix these brands of paint together. I'm sure the companies would say you have to always use the same brand, but you don't. You can mix them if you want. Now there's 4 here that I do not recommend. Oops. And these all mix way too much titanium white as a filler in the paint. And that's quite common. Pretty much every paint company does that. But Museum Color, Peebo, Shanghai Mary's, Fevicryl, all of these do an egregious amount. And if you buy paint from like the dollar store, it's going to be similar to this. They're putting way too much white paint as a filler, and it's going to make the colors all very pastel, because that's what happens when you tint a color, when you add white to it. So I find Peebo is an egregious violator of this, because they're one of the biggest paint brands on earth. So it's terrible that they are so cheap. Hi, Carol. Nice to see you there in the chat. Okay. So let's get to our first big step here. We're going to do the image transfer. So you could always just take the original image and then sketch it out onto your canvas, right? There's the original. Here's one I just brightened up so you could see a little bit more detail. But you could also download the free template that I've made. I just traced the image out using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro and Apple Pencil. And I just traced the image out, and you can download this, and then you can print it out at home. If you want to download it, you just scan this QR code, and it'll take you to a whole bunch of folders. In fact, let's just take a look at this. I'll show you where all of this is here. So this is, if you scan the QR code, it's going to look similar to this when you go to the website. And you'll see at the very top, that's our art supply guide. So if you want to download that PDF, that's in there. And then, I don't know, there's 500 folders or so here of artists from around the world. You've got, Marc Chagall, Marcel Duchamp, Lee Kieran, Leonardo da Vinci, and that's just the L's and M's, right? We're way at the top, near the very top here. We are... where are we? There we are. Arnold Böcklin. Or Böcklin, I've heard it pronounced differently. So you'll see that we have 2 versions of this template. There's a PDF and a JPEG version, whatever's easier for you to print. And then there's the original image, and then the one that's brightened up a little bit, just to make it easier for you to see some of those details. And so it's up to you. We'll have a conversation about how bright or dark we want to make this painting. So once you've got this downloaded and printed out on your inkjet laserjet printer at home, we are going to transfer it onto this 9 by 12 sized canvas board. And so what I do is I take my image. So first of all, these come wrapped in plastic. I take it out of the plastic. I sand it with some like 100 grit sandpaper. And then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top of that. Acrylic gesso is basically just a clear acrylic paint mixed with white plaster powder. And what it does is it fills in the weave of the canvas, which is a fabric, right? And then I let it dry overnight, and then I sand it again with that 100 grit sandpaper, and I get a nice smooth surface. You want to do that outside because it creates a little powder that goes everywhere, and you don't want to be inhaling that either. And whenever I flip it over here, what I'm just looking at is I'm like, oh yeah, there's my telltale drips or fingerprints from that process. So just because what I do is I'll put that gesso and just put it on something so that the gesso can drip off onto some newspaper. Okay, so once I've got that, let's put this on here. Now there is a horizon line here. I think probably what I often will do as I'm working on this is to use a ruler or just to kind of measure to make sure that this horizon line is level. In fact, instead of using a ruler, I'm just going to take this little piece of paper my daughter drew and make a little line here. All right, let's go to the other side. And look at that, perfectly straight. And it's even though, you know, the paper might be straight, that doesn't mean that the image itself might be straight, because sometimes when it goes through a printer, I notice this on my LaserJet printer, that sometimes when it gets pulled through the feed, I don't know, one side goes through a little bit faster than the other, I don't know. So just something to keep, to be mindful of. Because I don't know about you, but when I see something in my own paintings later on, that's when I look at it, I'm like, oh my goodness, that horizon line is crooked. Ah! It'll just drive me crazy for the rest of my life. So there's our website there if you want to visit that for any reason, such as making a donation, perhaps. Okay, this carbon paper has two sides, and sometimes it can be really hard to tell the difference. So literally what I'll do is I'll just make a little bit of a line here, or sometimes I just scratch my finger there, and I go, oh, yeah, it's working. For instance, if I did it the opposite way, let's say I scratch my finger, do something like that. Wait a second, nothing appeared. Oh, there it is, it's on the back side. Ah! So you want to make sure that you don't spend 20 minutes tracing this whole thing out, only to realize you had your carbon paper upside down. Now, there's a lot of detail in this. I'm not going to put all of this detail in my sketch because it's all going to get covered up. So I'm just going to do the bare minimum. Isn't that song is that from the Jungle Book? It's the bare minimum, tracing the outlines on your canvas. Don't forget to do the bare minimum, tracing outlines on a canvas. I just dropped my daughter off at school this morning, so I'm in prime dad joke mode here. And my daughter doesn't speak yet. She has autism, and we're still learning. But I can already feel the eye rolls. It was already like, oh, Dad, oh my goodness, how embarrassing. That's my secret way to bring her out of her shell and to help her learn some words. I'll take great satisfaction when she one day blurts out how annoying I am. Alright, so again, you can see how quickly I'm doing this. Sometimes when I do these classes in person, I'll see people trace these outlines, and they'll spend like an hour doing this. And I'll come by and I'll say, so you got to just do it. I'll challenge you. Finish the rest in 3 minutes. You don't need to make it perfect. We're not making copies that are going to be substituted for the real thing, like some kind of heist film. Speaking of heists, I'm sure everyone has heard about the thefts at the Louvre recently. Apparently they caught the criminals, but I don't know if they got the artworks back. Probably not. Oh, there's my ruler. I know I'm using... Technically, a ruler like this, you're supposed to use this way. I always just seem to kind of like doing it upside down. That's just... People are like, you forgot the people! Ah! And we'll talk about who these people are, what they're doing, what this whole painting is about here. It's very mysterious, isn't it? All the reflections there's no point in doing that. I'm just going to get covered up. Same thing with the sky, so... Oh, well, that just peeled right off, so I guess I'm done my outlining process there. That's weird. I don't think that's ever happened before. I must not have put that down very hard. Okay. Hi, Angel. It's nice to see you there in the chat. Okay. Are we ready to go? I think so. Just trying to think if I do want to do this the same way. Yeah. Our next step here is called the Imprimatura, the best art word you've never heard of. The Imprimatura is a step in the painting process that's been around for 600 plus years. It's an Italian word that really came to prominence during the early Renaissance, employed by all the great Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles like Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo. Not Donatello, because Donatello is a sculptor who was kind of from the previous generation. That's your little art history factoid for the day. But in all seriousness, the Imprimatura is a really, I think, important step in painting. Now, you don't have to do this at all, and I'm sure a lot of people that watch have never seen this before, and think this is something weird that I invented. artists, as I said, have been doing this for centuries. It's more common for artists today not to do it, but I would say if you're a beginner artist, this is something that can dramatically help your paintings and help them look more professional, more complex than they might otherwise be. Because essentially, adding a little bit of color under the color or to start the painting just gives it sort of a level of complexity that maybe most beginner painters don't have. I often liken it to, it's like a pizza sauce underneath the cheese. You might not see it or be aware that you're seeing it when you open up that pizza box, but when you bite into it, you definitely taste that pizza sauce, or the lack of it if it's not there. And same sort of thing when we're making a painting. This can really, I think, elevate a painting, make it look more complex. And with a painting like this, you can absolutely 100% bet that Böcklin absolutely did this. So what I've done to start is I used my warm yellow to put a little bit of paint on here, and then I'm going to put roughly equal amount of water, maybe just a little bit less, onto my palette. And I'm going to mix this. In fact, I'm going to need a little bit more water here. And this is really the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic paint. There's no law saying you can't, but often when I teach in-person painting classes, I see people constantly adding water to their acrylic. I think it's because most people, their first experience with paint is with watercolor, which generally, at least the watercolor most people are familiar with, requires water to be activated. You have those kind of dried kind of hockey pucks that you gotta activate with water. And so I think people are just assume that that's what you have to do when you're painting with any material, which is not the case. Acrylic paint has maybe 40 to 50% water content to begin with. So we don't need to add extra water to it. The only reason I do that with my Imprimatura is what I'm trying to do is get this color to soak into the surface and completely obliterate the white of the canvas, or the gessoed canvas, I should say. And again, you'll notice that I kind of go up and down, side to side, and that's what I'm trying to do, is trying to get every little bit of fiber of that canvas completely covered up, so that instead of there being little gaps, if there's gaps between my colors, so there being white there, I'm going to have yellow there. Now, I mentioned before the Mutant Ninja Turtles. Leonardo used a color that was similar to this, but more of a brownish yellow. Michelangelo, living at the same time, a little bit younger though, used a green color for his Imprimatura. So there's lots of different kinds of colors that we can use as a foundational layer, because that's what the Imprimatura means, the prime layer, or the first layer of paint. So not every artist agrees that this is necessary, and those who agree that it's necessary, most of them don't agree what color should be used. I like using this bright yellow because I like bright colors, and so it's kind of like it's like a Leonardo da Vinci times modern art kind of approach to painting. The reason Leonardo would go for like a brown is he's starting from kind of a darker value, where this is a brighter value. Value is how we measure the contrast between light and dark in a painting or drawing. So I'm starting with something a little bit brighter, meaning that my painting is going to get maybe progressively darker with a little bit brighter, whereas Leonardo would start a little bit darker and progressively brighten. Different kind of approaches slightly different philosophies of painting, but they're all kind of working towards the same idea of creating a middle value that we expand outwards from. Okay. I'm just going to give this a quick blow dry, even though I'm about to talk for a little bit. Just that is going to help prevent, if there's any dust that settles on here, that the painting will be dry and it's not going to kind of cause any kind of issues with the surface. So I'm just going to mute the audio for a moment. Hi, Shubham says, "Where's the background music?" It should be there. It's playing. It's probably just a little bit quiet. Actually, I'm just going to turn it back down a bit, because sometimes some parts are louder than others. So it may not be very loud right now, but it sometimes gets louder as we go. But you know what? Let's just let that stay there and dry. So while we wait for our Imprimatura to completely dry on the canvas, let's take a moment to talk a little bit about who Arnold Böcklin, or Böcklin, was, and why this particular painting, the Isle of the Dead, or Island of the Dead, is so significant and important and beloved by so many people, particularly in Europe. So let's go right to the beginning of our story here. Okay, so Arnold Böcklin, or Böcklin, was originally born in Basel, Switzerland, and let's so I was doing a bunch of research trying to find the exact location where he was born. And it does appear that this is in Gerbergasse. Well, maybe let's zoom out here, just for those of you who might not be aware of where Basel is. So we have Europe here. All of these little stars, these are from other episodes we've done and kind of highlighting important places related to these master study episodes. Come on, get off here. So you can see here's Switzerland, there's Germany, Liechtenstein, oh, sorry, that's France. My apologies. France, Germany, and Italy down below here. And you got Zurich and Bern. And then right up top here is the town of Basel. Basel, by the way, has a really important art festival, Art Basel, every... How often is Art Basel? I don't know if it's every year, but anyway, so kind of amongst the most northern parts of Switzerland is the town of Basel, a major art capital in Europe. Also because Switzerland, being neutral, is where a lot of collectors store their artwork. There's huge warehouses just full of artwork that has been boxed up and is sitting in crates. Some of my own stuff is sitting there, just waiting for me to die and to go up in value, I guess. So anyway, here's roughly where I believe, and my research says, that this is the location where Böcklin was born, at number 4 Gerbergasse, which is apparently kind of a cool little neighborhood here. So that's to, I think, oh, so here's number 4. It says there's a plaque somewhere that says that this is his birthplace, but you tell me. I don't know. I scoured Google Street View and could not find it. But yeah, it's this beautiful little kind of semi-walking street. I mean, these are the kinds of things you see in Europe that you know, are kind of basically prohibited here in North America, where cars and pedestrians and cyclists, skateboarders, all share the road or sidewalk, right? There's no differentiation. The only place that I can think of that I know of anywhere in North America is here in Vancouver, on Granville Island, has this same sort of setup where it's very undefined. Anyway, I just think that's super cool. So it's a kind of a beautiful little pedestrian area. The original building, however, was long ago destroyed and, you know, turned into something else. But it is interesting that, you know, I don't know if it's you know, exactly where this space was, but it possibly is now inhabited by a photography shop, and, you know, an image making, a place where you can go buy something to create images with. That seems quite conceptually satisfying that it's come full circle. So Böcklin, his father was involved in the silk trade, and his mother came from kind of a long line of people that had lived in this same town for centuries. So he's kind of like a upper middle class upbringing, and I think we kind of see that a little bit in the attitudes and subject matter of his work. Tends to be these kind of idealized, picturesque environments and situations, versus maybe somebody who comes from a little bit more of a tougher background, upbringing that was a little bit more difficult, might have chosen imagery that was maybe more gritty. And now we'll talk about his work. There is obviously a dark, what we call like romantic quality to the paintings, but in many ways a lot of his work, which we'll see here, just feels very carefree and devoid of kind of how would you say, devoid of struggle, I guess. Even in his paintings, don't feel like there's a struggle going on. So Böcklin again grows up in Basel. He's from a young age shows promise as an artist, and as a teenager he moves to Germany and studies at the Dusseldorf Academy of Fine Art, where he studies under a number of relatively important artists at the time. Johann Wilhelm Schirmer was one of his primary instructors there, and I just thought it's kind of interesting to kind of just look at the kind of work that his teacher was making. So his teacher comes from a very solid landscape painting background, kind of inspired by some of the great, like Nicolas Poussin, whose Poussin, as well as oh my goodness, who's Poussin's kind of rival? Claude. Both of them really were into painting, and both Claude and Poussin are artists that are coming up. They are kind of like the towering giants of landscape painting. So those are two artists. They're both French artists. I want to tackle here at some point coming up over the next few months. But both of those artists, and obviously Schirmer himself, picked up on this idea of often huge landscapes with little people moving around inside of them. And they might be titled like some Greek, from some Greek poem or Greek mythology. But the actual characters who represent that part of that Greek myth are so small that you really have to look at it. You're like, oh, really? This is the myth of Icarus, or this is, like, oh, I guess, kind of. But it's mostly about the landscapes, and the landscape painting is what dominates the work, right? So you can see these like little tiny, like you kind of have to look for the people in the work. And I think that's something that we'll see that Böcklin himself picks up on, right? Oh, there's just those few images. Okay, interesting. But so it's worth just sort of taking a look at that. Now, Schirmer is follows, he's kind of part of that romantic tradition of painting as well, which is landscapes that can be a little bit foreboding. They're really the one of the big words of the moment is the sublime, of this idea of the landscape that is just so beautiful and yet so big and overpowering that a person is both like enwrapped by beauty and also terrified at the scale of it and one's own insignificance, mortality in the face of the size and scale and power of nature. Okay, so coming back to so one of the things that Böcklin himself does these epic travels around Europe, and travels to Paris for a period, works in the Louvre. But really where he kind of finds his greatest inspiration is in Italy. So for a time he moves to Rome. That's where he marries a young woman, Angela Rosa Lorenza Pascucci, in 1853. The couple has 14 children, 7 of whom die. Or 8 of those 14 kids die. So 7 survive. So 5 die in childhood, 3 others die before Böcklin himself dies. So that becomes kind of a bit of a theme. Just imagine, I mean, my goodness, I only have one daughter, and God forbid anything happened to her, I would lose my mind. But imagine having that reoccurrence of your beautiful children passing away at a young age, how traumatic that would be, how that would totally alter your outlook on life. And also he himself struggled with illness. Illnesses at this time were quite prevalent. So at one point he contracts typhoid and almost dies in 1859. So it's like death and disease are kind of, not just at the front door. They are in the living room. They're in the children's bedroom, right? So that would completely mess with your head, and I'm sure maybe darken one's outlook on life. So maybe let's just take a look at some of the paintings that he's creating There's his grave. Let's come back to... In fact, actually, let's go to... Got a page here with all of his work. Let's see, how big can I make this? As big as they're going to let me make it? Okay. So I think we see some of these artworks that are inspired by his teacher, Schirmer, who himself was inspired by Poussin and Claude. And that's kind of primarily what he's up to. I mean, this is right out of Caspar David Friedrich's... Excuse me. Caspar David Friedrich was probably the most famous of the Romantic painters at the turn of the 1800s, and often featured same kind of imagery that Böcklin himself uses here. And so I think this is still all taking place when he's a student in Germany. I mean, these are beautiful paintings. Right, these kind of foreboding forests, like a little pathway that goes into the forest, and then you're like, oh, I don't know what's, in those shadows. That seems kind of sketchy to go for a walk in there. And then this is the time. So now I think it's 1853 is when that's when he got married. So somewhere 1850 is when he goes to Rome, and he's just blown away by the artwork, architecture, the light in particular, and his work starts to change, and he starts becoming more and more interested in mythology, particularly Greek mythology. There's a little bit of Judeo-Christian kind of imagery that appears in his work, but we start to see some more figures taking kind of larger and larger roles in his work here. But again, these guys are kind of hidden. And this abandoned Venus painting, here's a sculpture, I think, of a Venus inside this garden that's just barely visible. So this like light and shadow, stuff that we might associate today with movies like film noir, the film noir genre, was something that definitely, Böcklin's paintings definitely inspired things like German expressionist filmmaking, which then also influenced American film noir, American and French film noir. You have lots of like filmmakers who became super big fans of Böcklin himself and his work. So you can see portraiture is becoming a bigger thing for 1860s, so he's in his mid-30s, or mid to late 30s. And so he's kind of bouncing back and forth. Like he went to Rome, and then he went to Paris, and then Florence, and then came back to Basel for a time, and realized it definitely was not for him. He wanted to be back in this kind of very bright Italian light, as opposed to kind of maybe the little bit more softer light that one might find back in Switzerland. Okay. Right, like here we've got, again, these, a fawn, which is what, half man, half goat? So this type of figuration is quite popular in a genre, or not a genre, art movement called the pre-Raphaelites, which, or even a little bit of like neoclassicism, but around this time the pre-Raphaelites start to emerge, which is a movement kind of most commonly associated with like British painters, who start to kind of make these paintings again that look kind of proto or early Renaissance paintings featuring like these Greek mythology characters, pagan kind of, usually non-biblical kind of figures, characters. And there's a great quote. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but it's such a, it sums this up perfectly. Okay, this is a perfect quote. So art critic Clement Greenberg was the champion of abstract expressionist painting in the 1940s, 50s. So for instance, Clement Greenberg was the guy who promoted Jackson Pollock to the heights of the art world. So just keep that in mind, because that's the kind of artist that Clement Greenberg thought was like the perfect artist for the post-World War II era. So art critic Clement Greenberg observed in his 1947 essay that Böcklin's oeuvre was one of the most consummate expressions of all that is now disliked about the latter half of the 19th century. So keep that in mind. So what he's saying is that Arnold Böcklin represents everything that modern artists despised, that fell out of fashion at the turn of the 20th century. And it is this type of work. Where were we? It's this type of work that, like that pre-Raphaelite work, which has largely fallen out of favor. I do want to do some pre-Raphaelite. There's a number of very famous pre-Raphaelite paintings I want to do. They often just though take time. It's again kind of a reaction to another dominant movement happening at that time, Impressionism, which kind of went one way towards speed, efficiency, expressionism, versus the pre-Raphaelites went more towards, they went literally back in time, right? They went to try to resurrect art of the 1500s, or pre-Raphael, so like 1400s kind of thing, right? So another movement that Böcklin becomes very associated with is the symbolist movement. And symbolism is kind of like what it sounds like. It's all about artists who are, their work is highly symbolic, that they are either portraying stories from the Bible or from Greek mythology or pagan religions, and arranging the composition and the elements, the imagery in ways that is very meaningful to people who are aware of the stories that the artists are quoting or telling or illustrating. So, many of those works, to I would say the vast majority of people are just like, I don't know, it's a picture of a woman laying in a field. I don't know. But for somebody who might be well acquainted with some of the stories that might be mentioned in the title for a piece, are like, oh, okay, interesting. Oh, now I see why she's got that clip in her hair and why her left shoe is missing, or because those signify important parts of this story. So there's that kind of symbolism. But it's also like everything is starting to become more and more personal. So while they're quoting or illustrating these myths and stories, they're also starting to create their own language. Each artist starts to create their own language that can be deciphered by a well-acquainted collector or viewer who starts to kind of recognize the signature elements by the symbolist painters. So where Böcklin starts to diverge from his former teacher, Schirmer, his mentor, is that while Schirmer was more interested in painting observationally, painting landscapes that he himself might have seen or sketched, and maybe not painted directly from life, but had observed directly and was trying to kind of reproduce like a camera what he saw, the symbolist painters like Böcklin start to move more and more towards their own inner visions, their own imagination. So these paintings start to become more and more expressions of the artist's own inner world, own interests and thoughts, and the landscapes start to become more generic or pure inventions of the artist's imagination. They may not have existed at all, and that plays what we'll talk about with today's artwork, because no one really knows what island it might be or what inspired it. Which, again, today we don't really think of that as being a big deal at all, but you go back 100 years or not even like 150 years, and the idea of making a painting about an imaginary location, it starts to become like, well, why would you do that? There's so many incredible stories and myths. Why don't you make a painting about one of those places? Why just invent something? Right now, of course, after 100+ years of us privileging the imagination of creators and their own individual points of view and stories, that seems perfectly natural to us. But you go back 150 years and it's like, well, who cares what you have to say? Well, who cares what your imagination is about? Like, why do I care what weird world is inside your mind? I want to know how you might illustrate this story from the Bible. And do that. Stop making stuff up. Right? So, I know this, for some people that doesn't seem like particularly noteworthy, but I think in terms of like the history of art, it's quite a dramatic change. So here we start. This is kind of this is a painting, The Villa by the Sea. He did this painting a number of times, but we start to see maybe some compositional similarities to the painting we're about to do today. You know, again, like here's Venus emerging from the water here, just like kind of Botticelli's famous painting, which we are doing too. I've been prepping that one for a while. I love this one, The Battle of the Centaurs. Look at these guys, like that guy, the centaur with this big rock he's about to heave on to another centaur he's battling with. You also see lots of self-portraits here. Artists often learn a lot from these self-portraits. I love these two fishing pans. I love the character of Pan. One of my favorite books of all time is, just escaped me, Pan by Knut Hamsun, I think, who also wrote Hunger, that's one of my top 5 favorite books. Hunger is an awesome book. Kind of a weird book, but it's about a guy who's starving to death, deliberately so. I put that right up with Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment as one of my top 5s. I mean, these are all wonderful, beautiful paintings. But I will say that a lot of these artworks kind of, I mean, they're a little bit forgettable, right? As we just scroll through, it's like great, 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 interesting, 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 cool, wow, weird, strange, neat, beautiful, beautiful. But they kind of start to blur together. So here you see this beautiful Medusa. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Caravaggio painting, which I'd like to do, but maybe is a little bit too, because it's Medusa's got her head cut off in the painting. These are all great. But here we come to the subject of today's painting. We'll talk about that here in a moment, and you'll see that as we go through, there's a number of other versions of it that pop up. Angel says, Michael, did you ever read Joyce Carol Oates? Where are you going? Where have you been? No, that's a great suggestion. I'm going to copy and paste that in here. Ooh, about the murders committed by Charles Schmidt. She dedicated to Bob. Okay, that sounds awesome. I love that. I love kind of gritty stories that seem like they could only have been written in the 90s or something, but were written in the past. Something about that always just blows my mind, because we tend to think of like, oh, people back in the day, they were all just so lovely, and there's no such thing as crime back then. And then you read some, like, as I said, Crime and Punishment is like the most pulpy crime novel ever, written by one of the greatest authors in human history. Great book. Yes, and I love Bob Dylan. Thank you, Angel. Yes, I love book recommendations. People can give me book recommendations all day long, and I'll read them all. Like, these are so weird. In the Sea. What is that? And so here's the third version. This is a particularly infamous version of today's painting. Okay, I'm just going to keep scrolling here. I just want to show you as we go here. I think that's the fifth version. He dies in just a few years, so we're getting to the bottom of the list. Oh, and we'll talk about this here, the Island of the Living, as opposed to the Island of the Dead. That's important too. Ooh, I mean, like some of these, like a painting like this reminds me of Paolo Uccello and the Battle of San Romano. We did a Paolo Uccello, the St. George slaying the dragon, maybe last year. I have that painting somewhere around here. I love how that one turned out. We did that painting by Paolo Uccello a while ago. And so, I think again that this just shows the influence, the really powerful and lasting, lifelong influence that Italian Renaissance or even pre-Renaissance art had on Arnold Böcklin. That's beautiful too, like the waves just tearing apart this building, this ruins. Ooh. So strange. Right, that starts to look like a Hieronymus Bosch painting, right? This kind of strange, freaky winged creature flying through town. Okay, and then I think the last version here, this is kind of controversial, the sixth version of this painting. We'll talk about that here in a moment. Okay, anything else I want to mention? I think, well, maybe let's jump to this here. Let me take a sip of tea. So before we actually start painting more on this painting, I just want to talk specifically about Arnold Böcklin's Isle of the Dead. And there were 6 versions of this painting. And so let's sort of just dive into this specific painting and which of the 6 we are going to be painting today. Okay. So Isle of the Dead, or Island of the Dead, as it's been sometimes called, is one of the most iconic paintings in European modern art history. And as Vladimir Nabokov wrote in his novel Despair, that at one point every home in Berlin had a print of this particular painting on the wall. It was that popular. The print that was on display is this one here by Max Klinger. So obviously back in the day, not everyone could have, color printmaking would have been pretty expensive, so it was probably this black and white etching that was made and widely distributed, that was collected by so many people. And probably there's many people who are watching today who've got a print of this that their great-grandparents passed down to them, that's sitting in their kitchen or their attic or something, and they've always wondered, well, so why did my grandparents have this in their house? What a weird artwork to have. And we'll talk about why this painting, why of all the particular artworks that would become so popular, why would it be this particular painting? Let's see. So it's hard to kind of figure out exactly what inspired this painting, but some people believe that it's inspired by the English cemetery in Florence, Italy, where Böcklin and his large family were living at the time that he began this painting. So let's just take a look. A lot of tabs open here. Okay. So there was this cemetery in Florence, Italy, known as the English Cemetery, where Böcklin buried his own daughter in this cemetery. And so I'm not exactly sure how the cemetery itself directly inspired the composition, but I think this idea of a kind of island of death might have been something that was rattling around in his brain, because after all, this cemetery is kind of surrounded by the city. So let's say if we go back. Oh no, I guess we gotta go. Where's my cursor? There we are. Won't allow me to go back out. Okay, come on. Right, so it's like there's a cemetery kind of in the middle of kind of a roundabout in Florence, and so it does make me think a little bit about how one might approach, we think of the composition of the Isle of the Dead as this island it's surrounded by water. Whereas in this instance, it's a cemetery surrounded by the city, which often cemeteries are, but I think this one, the fact that it's a circular, oval-shaped cemetery as opposed to a square cemetery, which is, at least here in North America, is almost ubiquitous. I don't know if there is an oval-shaped cemetery anywhere in North America that offhand. But I think going to the cemetery more than a few times because of how many of his children died starts, he's probably not just going there the one time he's burying his children, but also going there frequently to visit and lay fresh flowers on their graves. That starts to kind of put a vision in his mind of this place that is, where death goes, where we bury the bodies, that is kind of isolated from the rest of the world, like an island might be. Okay. So he begins this painting, and there's some disagreement as to which is the first version of the painting. So this is the version of the painting we're about to do, which is many people would believe to have been the original version of the painting. And when he originally was working on this painting, it was still unfinished. A woman came to visit Böcklin's studio and fell in love with the painting and commissioned him to make a second version of the painting, but requested that he add like a boat with someone kind of rowing up to the island, possibly like with a canoe on there, because she had this dream of this. She had a vision of someone delivering a coffin to the island, and so this is the one that's at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City, which features the elements that she requested Böcklin to incorporate. And after he did that, he was like, oh, I kind of like that idea. So he went back to this one and included that figure there. He painted that in there. So he kind of started one painting, was inspired to create a second painting, added to it, and then came back and reworked the original painting, which is a little bit unusual that an artist might work that way. But clearly he thought, like, that's the missing element. Okay, cool. I'm going to go back and put that in the first version. And pretty much immediately that painting started to kind of get connected with people. People saw it at that widow's place. And let me just bring up her name here because she's an important part of the story. Maria Berna, who was formerly married to George von Berna, who was a wealthy financier. When he passed away, obviously that kind of really stuck in her mind, and she was also becoming engaged to a very wealthy, important German politician, Waldemar, Count of Oriola, Oriola. Yeah, this just sounds like Waldemar, Count of Oriola. What a dramatic title. So she's the one that requested that he make that second version. And so obviously that painting getting into the hands of someone really important, it's on display inside the home of an important, influential politician. That's going to mean lots of people are going to see that painting, fall in love with that painting, and then request more versions of it. This is the third version of the painting, which you can see is significantly brighter. We can see a lot more of the details, including maybe for the first time what's actually happening in the interior of the island. Like if we look at these earlier, if we look at the earlier version, especially the first one that we're about to paint today, what's actually happening in this little inlet is very hard to decipher. Right? He kind of, makes it a little bit more plain that there's maybe some rocks coming down here, maybe some kind of steps going on there. But when it comes to the third version, well, now we can see where this little boat would be able to pull up, and you could hop up and walk into some of these tombs. This is the fourth version, which unfortunately was destroyed in the bombing of Berlin during the World War II. So all we have left is this black and white photograph of the painting. It doesn't look all that different. Here's the fifth version, which appears to show the boat with the coffin almost about to disembark on the island itself. And then there's the sixth version of the painting, which was painted either whole or in part by Böcklin's son Carlo, and it's debated as to how much or how little Arnold Böcklin himself actually did on this painting. Some say it was entirely painted by his son. Some say it was begun at the very, very end of his life by Arnold Böcklin, and with instructions to his son on how to complete it. I don't know. It's, again, what's the difference there? I don't know. It's still the same painting made by the same person, by a blood member of the family, but doesn't show too significant of changes. I would suppose maybe the sixth version here, these tombs seem to be maybe even more well defined, articulated than they had been done previously. So maybe that brings us, maybe we could talk a little bit about what the inspiration for this painting is. Talked about that. So I'm going to show a bunch of different locations, and we can kind of agree or disagree as to what it could possibly be. So, for instance, some people have speculated that it's this island of Ponticonisi. So some people believe that this island is a Greek island called Ponticonisi. And let's just take a look at where that is here off the eastern coast of... what island is that? Interesting. Wow, okay. So it's off the west coast. Does it tell us what that island is named? Near the island of Corfu. Okay, so just this tiny little island right next to the entrance to this harbor and airport here. But when we look at some of these pictures here, that definitely seems like a pretty solid candidate. Right? I mean, imagine having your own island like that. How cool would that be? I mean, it's not implausible that he would have seen this island in his travels around Europe, and especially the Mediterranean. Right, I love this kind of approach to the island. Another island that has been speculated is the island of Strombolicchio, which is just off the coast of Italy here. Let's take a look at this. I mean, look how this is pretty isolated. So it's kind of off the coast, kind of between Sicily and the mainland of Italy. Ooh, that's pretty imposing, eh? Imagine pulling up. This does not look like a particularly inhabitable space. Looks quite foreboding. Kind of reminds me of something we might see in the end of the movie Goonies. You remember that movie? Like, if you had a castle on top of this island, you'd be able to fight off. It'd be very hard for anybody to take your island if you were living atop there. It does look really cool. So that's another hypothesis as to the location. Another one is the island of Ponza, which again, let's just bring this up here off the coast of mainland Italy, on the west coast there. This one may be less likely. You can see how it's much larger and more developed. This kind of reminds me of like Catalina Island off the coast of Santa Monica, Los Angeles. I mean, it's possible, but I think less likely. And the Castello Alfonso, which I think is this structure here. You can see there's actually a little bridge that here. So once again, this is near Naples. There's Italy. Man, if this doesn't give you the bug to do some traveling to Europe, I don't know. Oh, look at that building. Wow. Oh my goodness, all these old toilets. I could look at old Roman Greek era toilets all day long. Wow. That is cool. Yeah, Barbara said Corfu is the big island from back there. Very popular with British tourists. Interesting. Nice to see you in the chat there, Barbara. Okay. So that's the possible inspirations for this original painting. But let's talk about what was inspired by Böcklin's painting. And probably, I mean, we could go through, in fact, well, let's go through some of the more pop culture stuff that probably people watching today would be most familiar with. Quite famously, it inspired the location where King Kong lived, Skull Island. And so let's just take a quick look. I'm not going to play the clip here. Oops. So here's, if you watch the original King Kong movie, you see these people approaching this kind of island in the middle of the Pacific, I think. And this is kind of the first approach to this island, is that there's this ancient kind of fortified structure, these walls, the giant gate there. Obviously, the island is much larger than Böcklin's own island, as depicted in this painting. But just that, the concept of this dark island, kind of that is mysterious, shrouded in fog, that one must row to access, it deeply inspired the creators of the original King Kong movie. And then, of course, King Kong has since been remade many times. So I tried to find clips of this King Kong movie. This is the one from 2005. So these are a bunch of clips. Again, I'm not going to play the video, but this one, the approach is kind of shrouded in fog as the boat originally tries to maneuver close to the island and then wrecks on some of these big shoals and coral reefs and things. and then the crew gets off and then rows to the island itself. I thought it would also show this. This is from the movie King Kong Skull Island, and shows, it's a different film than that King Kong from 2005, and this shows the they are approaching it by helicopter in this instance, so we see that version. And then, of course, that reminded me of Jurassic Park, the original Jurassic Park movie from, when was it, 93? It's interesting because I had a totally different vision of this island than as depicted in the movie. You'll recall, like, they're sitting in the helicopter, and all of a sudden, John Hammond here, who's the architect of the whole Jurassic Park, was his vision. He all of a sudden just looks out the window and is like, "There it is," and then they're like right there on top of it. So there's no kind of image of the island isolated by itself that they approach, which I was like, oh, I thought there was. Is there not a scene where we see them coming approach? Nope, they are there, which is kind of like, how did they miss this island? How come no one looked out the front and was like, oh, it looks like there's an island we're getting close to. It's like, nope, we're there. We're just flying over the ocean and nothing. And then, oh, yep, there it is. Other artists that were deeply inspired by this is Salvador Dali, who titled his painting Isle of the Dead by Arnold Böcklin at the hour of the Angelus. Whatever all of that means might only be decipherable by Dali himself, but we do see what's kind of interesting is that this, I'm assuming what he's got here is the island in the background, but this does remind me very much of persistence of memory. Okay, that's what I was trying to. Right, so as soon as I saw that paint, and this is from 1931. So this is 1932. So one imagines that. It made me kind of look back at this Dali painting and thinking, like, interesting. Is this kind of island in the back of this Dali painting, is that also inspired by Böcklin's Isle of the Dead? I don't know. I don't know if we'll ever know. Another artist who did an awesome version of this painting is the artist H.R. Giger. H.R. Giger is probably most well known as the visionary creator of a lot of the imagery seen in the Alien movie franchise. And so it's kind of really cool to see how Giger reinterpreted Böcklin's island and gave it his own weird kind of spin to it. These kind of weird, organic, cancerous mutations of the island. I just think it's so cool. If you didn't think this painting could get any weirder or darker or creepier, then Giger was certainly up for the task. Okay. I was just going to mention, let's just quickly, just before I close all of this out, some of the other things. I mean, the list of images or ways in which this artwork has inspired other people, you could see it inspired a lot of the surrealist painters such as Dali. We looked at that image. It doesn't mention here, but like Max Ernst, Giorgio de Chirico, definitely super inspired. Even Marcel Duchamp said that Böcklin was his greatest inspiration, which some people thought he must be kidding about that. But I think what because definitely Böcklin by the time of Duchamp was way out of favor and seen as like super retrograde. And so people think, well, is Marcel Duchamp just pulling our legs here? Like, why? Because I just read you that quote, well, earlier about Clement Greenberg saying that Arnold Böcklin represented everything that was despised by modern artists, as, you know, it just seemed super retrograde. And then you've got Marcel Duchamp, who is seen as sort of like the figurehead of modern avant-garde art, saying Böcklin was his favorite artist, right? And I don't know if that's Duchamp just being provocative, but it definitely is provocative comment. Then, you can see all of the... In fact, I've probably not seen another painting we've ever done have this lengthy of a list of musicians, authors, painters, filmmakers who were inspired by that painting. I mean, look at this list; just keeps going on and on and on. You know, we see there's like Rachmaninoff. Wrote a piece called Isle of the Dead, and if you can listen to it, and it definitely sounds like that would be the soundtrack to this painting. There's a couple of other famous composers that's not listed here for whatever reason, that, you know, J.G. Ballard, who wrote Crash, deeply inspired by this. This painting shows up in the background of lots of movies. You know, you've got Terry Gilliam, you know, from formerly of Monty Python. It shows up in the background of the movie 12 Monkeys. It's in Alien Covenant. It's in the Miyazaki animated movie The Boy and the Heron, which is a great movie. I mean, yeah. So it's such an iconic painting that has had this massive influence on people, artists, designers from around the world. You know, I was thinking to myself, like, why of all paintings would this painting, you know, because it's a darker painting. It's literally called Isle of the Dead, right? Why would someone want to have a painting about an island where dead people go, and they want to frame it and put it on their living room wall or kitchen or bedroom? Like, that seems a little bit counterintuitive to me. Like, I would mostly probably assume that people... Oops, why is this frozen here? Oh, let me get I need a charger for that there. So, I was thinking to myself, why would people be so fascinated with this painting that they would want a print of it and hang it in their home? Isn't this the theme, the title of the work, the Isle of the Dead, too dark for people to want to put it in their own home? Like, isn't this the very thing that most people go out of their way to avoid thinking about, that being death itself? And it was funny to me, I'm thinking, like, somehow that seems very German, and all love to my German friends out there, but it's just funny to think, like, oh yes, this painting that features someone bringing a corpse to an island. Yes, this is a beautiful painting, so romantic. I want to give it to my son on his wedding day. Right? Like, that there's something very funny that seems very Germanic about having this painting, giving it, and feeling like that it's somehow a beautiful celebratory artwork. I think maybe for that reason, people in North America are like, I don't know, I kind of want a picture of like flowers or of a cat or a sleeping dog. That's something I would want to have in my home, but not an island of the dead, right? But I do think that, you know, if we think about what kind of the one of the stories behind this work is this woman seeing the incomplete painting and having a dream about this scene of someone approaching the boat with a coffin on it, that it's more about dreams and the mystery that are our dreams. That when we look at the painting, it's so obscure and strange and mysterious that it might inspire us to project our own ideas into the painting as to what really goes on in this island. Who are these people? Why are they approaching? Is there, in fact, a body inside this coffin? Are they or are they offerings for something on this island? Or is it like a spy hideout? Or who knows? But there's something about that mystery that I think is very compelling to people. In fact, I wrote my entire graduate thesis on the importance of mystery in art and life in general. That, as far as I'm concerned, the things that I'm most attracted to are the things that are the least defined, in which there is a debate as to what is really going on, because that's where my imagination can fill in details and can really thrive. It's in the unknown, which most people are quite, you know, or say they're very afraid of, but I think for artists, the unknown is like a garden. It's where all the most delicious fruits lay, right? It's where, because no one knows, it's where you can project all of your great fantasies and desires and dreams. And so it's, the mysteries represent potential, and for me, and I think maybe that might be at the core of why so many people found this artwork so intriguing and so fascinating and wanted to own a piece of it for themselves and put it in their own place, because of it represents a place where they can project their own story into it. Angel says, so where does the goth stuff come from? That's a big question. Angel says, it's just funny that some people like dark stuff. I wore a shirt that said vampire this weekend. You sure it wasn't a Vampire Weekend t-shirt? Vampire Weekend being a famous rock band. I mean, that's a great point, Angel, talking about some people are just more attracted to darker imagery. I mean, for instance, right now, one of the most popular genres of filmmaking is like true crime on Netflix and podcasts. People are incredibly fascinated by maybe the darker side of the human psyche. You know, I've read a lot of stuff about this whole, like, why are people, particularly women who you would imagine are kind of most often the victim of crime, why are they so fascinated by? You would think that they would be the least interested in true crime, whereas they're the biggest consumers of it. Some people figure it's because partly a way of inoculating oneself to crime, and some of those things is like, if I watch enough of this stuff, I'll know what to do myself if somebody breaks in. or because it's happening to somebody else, then it makes me feel a little bit safer that that hasn't happened to me. There's a bit of a voyeurism in all of that. But you know, I think we all, there's that's why we go to like horror movies, is there's a little bit, we kind of want to be scared, but no, at the end of the day, we're safe. I think that's something, you know, it's why, you know, I take my daughter here in Vancouver to the Capilano Suspension Bridge all the time, because we've got a membership and it's just fun to go, and you cross this, you know, this from one across a valley or two sides. There's a river runs below, and you walk on this shaky bridge across, and there's that feeling of vulnerability. It is a little bit exciting, and, you know, titillating. One feels like close to, you know, it's a little bit dangerous, although you hope that they're regularly investigating the safety of those cables and stuff. But yeah, I guess it shows that there's, you know, some people do prefer kind of flowers and sunsets and some of those types of images, and some people kind of like thinking about some of these kind of the darker, shadowier aspects of life. Yeah. Okay, I think I have ruminated long enough that we are ready to go. So sometimes, particularly if we're painting portraits, I like to spend a little bit of time doing what's called an underpainting. Now, some people will talk about the underdrawing, the Imprimatura underpainting, the background, foreground pass number one, all those things that I like to do as separate stages. Sometimes artists will collapse all of that into one step and just start painting directly onto the canvas, laying out the composition and compositional elements, as well as blocking in colors all at once. For the sake of these episodes, I break them into separate steps to make it a little bit more digestible to artists near the beginning of their painting journey. Often what I do, and underpainting is used very differently by different artists who have different definitions of what this means. And often when I talk about underpainting, what I'll talk about is using a dark color to perhaps define parts of the painting that I might be a little bit worried could disappear in subsequent layers. So I'm looking at this right now, just thinking to myself, do I want to define any of this now? And well, let's look at the original here. I think maybe let's try to think about. All right, so that's the original, and here's the brightened up version. Well, when I start painting this sky and the water, probably the edges of a lot of these cliffs are going to start kind of disappearing under that paint. So maybe I'll do that. In fact, so let's just start putting some paint on the palette. Maybe we'll mix up a color and we'll put it there underneath. think I'm going to mix a cool brown to start. So I'm going to take my cool yellow, cool red, and some cool blue. I'm not at all really worried about the color that I'm creating. So right now this is kind of a greenish brown. I'm going to add a little bit more red to make it a little bit more of a reddish brown. What I'm probably more interested here is texture. Leaving some brush strokes that are going to be visible underneath other layers of paint so that I'll be able to find the edge of my buildings and such here. Yeah, let's use this big brush. Okay, so maybe I'm going to quickly outline. I chose a brown, even though, again, I said all of this is just going to get covered, with the idea being that, well, probably some of this could show through, and since brown would probably be a pretty good color. It's often why artists will use brown as an Imprimatura or for underpainting or underdrawing purposes, because brown is the most common color on Earth. So if you use brown, it's probably going to be somewhere in whatever you're painting, because it's everywhere. Okay. Now I'm going to blow dry this. I deliberately made it a little bit thicker so I could see all of my brush strokes, or many of them. So that could mean it could take a little bit longer to dry this. Oops, sorry. Okay, cool. So now we've got our underpainting done, and I think there's just enough texture. What I was doing is I was blow drying it and then just sort of wiping in here to kind of pop some of these textured areas, allow a little bit of paint to sneak out, but it's going to leave still a little bit of a crusty edge there that I should be able to easily locate, even if they get completely covered up with paint. Now that we've got our underpainting done, quote, let's move on to, I'm going to paint the background, so the sky, and I'm also going to try to get the water in place, even though technically it's probably the especially near the bottom, closest thing to us. But I'm going to try to establish both of those things here. So let's just take a look at the original again. Let's look at the brightened version. Now, both the sky and the water seem like they're very similar colors. Obviously, the water looks a little bit darker down here, whereas the sky looks a little bit lighter. Obviously, it's a little bit darker over there. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to paint the sky first. And since it's in the background, I'm going to use cool blue. I'm also going to mix up a black here, and we're going to need some white. So to make a black, and let's mix this right here so you can see the difference. I'm going to use my cool yellow and cool blue. Oops. So there's my cool yellow, cool blue, just like I did here with my cool brown. But instead of mixing my cool red in here, I'm going to mix my warm red in here. Might have put a bit too much red on this brush, but let's use it all up. I think I put now too much yellow and blue in there. Now it's going the opposite direction. Not too bad because we're about to mix this into a blue anyway. I just sort of want to make like a dark, like a grayish color that I can add to my blue. But you know what, since this is like a class, so if I've got this color here, it tells me that it's a little bit on the greenish side. I need more red to pull that green back into the middle. Right, and if we're struggling to identify what it is, let's add a little bit of white to that. So I think I need just a little bit more red. Okay, so it's going to take a big helping of this paint here. Let's take more white. Mix this in there. Let's get a bigger brush now. Good, but I'm going to run out of that paint. paint here. So I'm basically muting this beautiful bright blue and just kind of making it a bit darker. And we're going to put this in the background. I think I'm going to need more of that. I just don't want to run out halfway through my sky here. Now, if we look at this, this is going to seem way brighter than maybe it needs to be. You can see, yeah, way brighter. But it's also going to go darker when I paint over top of this yellow. So I'm going to put a bit more red in here. That's going to make it a little bit more purpley, which will cancel each other out when it gets on top of that yellow. Maybe I'm going to put a little bit of matte medium. Like, my thinking is I kind of want to be able to... Oh, that's... Oh, put too much matte medium in there. Let's just bring it all in here. I got plenty of this. Okay, well, well, we'll see. Let's paint it. I'm also was like, maybe I'll paint it in the water too. I don't know. Let's think about it. So this is the benefit of doing this underpainting process, is now I don't have to worry about height, the island or the horizon line disappearing and not being able to find it. So this kind of streakiness in the sky, that's a result of me having too much matte medium in the paint. It also speeds up the drying time, so I can already see it kind of starting to seize up a little bit. So I've got maybe, I'll stop here. I'm going to blow dry this, and maybe we'll do another layer over top of it. Jessica asks, what is the schedule for live classes? We have always used recordings. Good question, Jessica. I wish I knew. My schedule, I thought I was going to have an easier time, but I took on way too many classes. I teach here at a local university, and I accepted too many classes, so I'm a bit overwhelmed this semester. I'm doing another class tomorrow, Picasso painting, tomorrow morning at the same time. But yeah, my apologies. Until January, when I have the semester off, I'm going to be, it's a little unpredictable, to say the least. And in January, I'm not exactly, I haven't looked at my calendar yet. I'm definitely kind of like week to week. So you see that's much darker. So there's a warm blue color that he's got going on in the sky there. I have so much of this sky color left over. Okay, let me just consolidate it all and just think about what I want to do with this. Trying to decide, do I want to, I could use this color in the foreground. So what if I take some of this color, mix some warm blue into it, just to get this water down here established. Clean this brush off. Okay, let's blow dry this. Then I'm going to add a little bit, I'm going to modify some of these colors a little bit, make them a little bit lighter and darker in places. Let's look at the colors again here. So my colors right now are definitely much cooler than his, right? His colors are darker, for sure, more black, less blue pigment, and a little bit warmer, whereas all mine are a little bit cooler. So I want to, I definitely want to put more warm blue down in the bottom here. So let's just start with that. Let's just maybe one little thing at a time. Let's take some of our, I keep squeezing too much out, darn it. Okay. So I'm going to take my warm blue, mix this in here, maybe get a bit of the same color going on. Now I'm going to modify all of these things. So I'm just laying in some color to start, and then I'm going to darken them. Let's blow dry that, and then I think we're going to start putting some black in some of these colors here. Okay. Okay, let's consolidate this blue. So my hope is that even just right now you can see the difference between cool colors in the background, warm colors in the foreground, and how even if you just squint your eyes a little bit, this blue seems in the water seems to come forward a bit. Part of that also is a difference between value. There is a little bit of white in the the sky, or gray, I put black and white, and that's going to make colors recede as well. So even if we had two areas of warm blue, but one warm blue had a little bit of gray in it, that's going to push that warm blue backwards. But I'm using both cool and value changes to push the sky a little bit further back. Next up, I'm going to need more black here. So I'm just going to take a big scoop of this. So you can see it was a bit brown, and then I added this kind of brownish black to my blue, and obviously it goes black. I'm going to take a bit more of it though. Okay, now I'm going to use some glazing fluid, satin glazing fluid. And this is different than matte medium. So the difference between these two substances is that matte medium, here on my left, this is basically what is in acrylic paint before they put the powdered pigment, the color in it. Right, so it is just clear acrylic paint, and I often find it speeds up the drying time. This, the glazing fluid, is very similar. It's a little bit more fluid-like, and it also has a chemical that slows the drying time in. And it's used for a painting technique called glazing, which is what I'm about to do right now. So I'm going to take my glazing fluid, mix it into this color I just mixed up. I'm going to add even more glazing fluid in here. The more I put in here, the more transparent this color is going to become. But also the longer I have to blend this color. So we've got this kind of slightly darker area up here in the right. Okay, so while it's still really wet, I'm just going to try to blend. Might have put a bit too much paint on the canvas. It's pretty thick. So what I'm doing is making just a very small modification to those colors. And now we're going to blow dry it, and we'll just do that again. Then I'm going to lighten up that top left corner a bit. Okay, let's do this again. Deliberately putting less paint on my brush now. Okay, I'll blow dry that. And let's do maybe one more. Now I'm just wondering, what if I take some of this, let's just mix our blue, warm blue, into it, just to save a bit of paint here. So it looks a little bit gray, but I think it's just the glazing fluid, and as we dry it, it's going to go dark again. Oops, there's my... Barbara says, it freaks me out when you paint over the outline, Michael. Well, I think I'm going to retrace the outline here in a little bit, so that's why I'm not too worried. That water is starting to look real dark and foreboding. Okay. Versus another treat, another class before midnight. Tomorrow there's also another episode that will be about the same time too, so that's why I try when I've got a little bit of an opening in my schedule to try to do as many of these as possible, because I never know when there's going to be a week where I just can't get the cameras on and I'm just too busy, so... let's blow dry. Actually, even before I do that, I'm just going to use my little makeshift ruler just to double check. Alright, so I made this little line on here for my horizon earlier, and I'm just double checking because I don't want one to all of a sudden start creeping up higher and then I'm like, ah! It's not level. Okay. It's maybe hard to see. I'm not super happy with how I blended this up here. So I'm going to go back in the opposite direction. I'm going to take my glazing fluid here. Put that on my brush. And I'm going to take my background color from before. I'm just going to very gently go in the opposite direction here. That's much better. Okay, let's blow dry all of this. And then I think I'm going to put a little bit of some little highlights back into this here. So let's blow dry. Sorry. I mixed up another here. That's my original background color, and then I put a tiny bit of white in here. And I was saying that that's why it's nice to have just a little bit more color, especially a background color, so that you have this as an option. Ooh, there's a lot of white in there, Michael. Okay, I'm not super happy with that, but let's blow dry it. Let's, let's put a tiny bit of this down here. If ever I think like, oh yeah, I made a mistake, I'm going to scrub back into it, I just tell myself, just stop. Blow dry it. Okay. Just debating if I want to do any more touch-ups here. So I'm just putting the glazing fluid on there, saturating my brush with it, and then just taking a little bit of my background color again. Okay, I think I'm going to move on from the sky. And water. I mean, I think I might come back. But I think for now, that's probably good enough. The one reason why I would sort of... I kind of want to get that as defined as possible is if I'm not happy with the background... Oops. Splop, big color blob there. I just wiped away a bunch of work I just did. Okay, let's blow dry this and think about it. Ah! I'm on mute. Okay. So I was just saying that I accidentally splattered water on here, which started to dissolve the paint. Super amateur mistake. That caused me to have to panic a bit. But it's much easier to do anything I want now to the background before I start painting the trees and the island on there. Because if I change my mind and I decide I want to lighten the sky or darken the sky, it's going to be super evident that I made that change. Because unless I paint over top of the trees and then paint them back again, then you're going to see it, like the brushstrokes are going to look hesitant as they approach those forms. Okay, people talking about Guy Fawkes and fireworks. We did do a Guy Fawkes painting a few years ago too, so if you're really inspired, you can do that one. Okay, so even though I did my underpainting, I might feel like Barbara said, anxious that the outlines have disappeared. So I'm going to redraw them even though I've got my outline, I did my underpainting, and I could probably fake it out, but I just want to show people how to do this if, for instance, you're in the same boat and you're just losing your mind because all the details have disappeared. What are you going to do? I just realized that one of the best ways to help with this is just to use the horizon line. Okay. So I cut a few of those things out just to help me line those things back up, but I might want to retrace some of this. Ah, there's no carbon paper. They're great, great. Okay. Ah, there's a little bit of my... It's okay. So that's good that happened, because I've tried this before and haven't had this problem happen. So it's good for this to happen so that you can see what happened here. Let's zoom in. So you can see here there's a couple areas where my fingerprints pushing down on the carbon paper have left spots of carbon there. So it's not so hard to see. I mean, it's hard to see on this dark background, But if this was on like white, that would be really apparent. So I usually do my best to try to keep my fingers off the carbon paper like that. But I obviously didn't do a very good job today. But okay. So let's zoom back out here. Barbara says, I have some yellow carbon paper, ideal for this retracing. Yeah, I've got some white carbon paper too that I can use. I could have used that for this here as well. That's true. And if you want to get colored carbon paper, like I'll just show you here. Sometimes you can find them at art supply stores. But often if they don't have art supply stores, a fabric store will absolutely have them. And they'll have not just black or white, but like Barbara's saying, yellow and red and blue, because they're used by people, by textile artists, to transfer patterns onto fabric before they cut it. And, you know, while black works great if you got a light colored fabric, if you've got a dark colored fabric, that black's not going to show up. Okay, let's go to our next step. Great point. Thanks, Barbara, for bringing that up. So I'm happy enough with my background to move on to the foreground and start painting the island itself. So again, this would be a time to decide if there was any problems with what's going on here. There's a little speck of black on there. I'm hesitant. If I start scrubbing too much, I'm going to scrub away my glaze to the point where I'm even kind of now just scrubbing elsewhere so I don't see a big spot here. That's a little frustrating. I'm not sure. I didn't notice that until just now. Okay, I thought it was maybe a little splatter of black or carbon, but it seems more baked in at this point. So let's move to the painting and think about what the next colors are. There's the original. Here's the one I've brightened up. Next we want to put the rocks in. That would be the next thing. So that's a orangey brown and using warm colors. So let's mix that up right now. We're going to need some blue as well. Warm. So all warm colors, since this is in the foreground. So we're going to take a big substantial blob of warm yellow. Let's take some red. We don't put too much red in there because that red's going to... So I've got my warm yellow and warm red. I don't want to put too much warm red in here, otherwise it's going to go like a dark red orange very quickly. And you know, I'm just thinking maybe I'll paint this. This is definitely orange. Usually, let's put a tiny bit of blue in here. That blue is going to keep this from going too orangey and make it go a little bit into the brown direction. Yeah, that's okay. Again, you don't need a lot of blue to make an orange go brown. In fact, I think I'm going to maybe start with this color a bit more on the yellow side of things. Now well, let's see. Yeah, I need a bit of white. Okay. So because I've got some of this background color over top of my island, I need to add a bit of white in here to block it out a bit. I'm also painting completely over the carbon paper lines that I just made. Just because I don't want that thing smudging on my drawing later on. And even though these are trees here, I'm just gonna, again, I'm gonna put a bit of this color up into there as well. I definitely want the corner of this island to come in front of my horizon line so that it's very clear that all of this is in front of the horizon. Barbara says, this painting reminds me of Arthur Lismer's Isle of Spruce. Well, I will bet, I don't know for sure, but I would be willing to bet a lot of money that Lismer would have been thinking about this painting when he made that painting. Absolutely 100%. Lismer, like all of the members of the group of 7, were educated in Europe, and by the time they went to school, this painting was one of the most famous paintings in the world. So they would have known about it. They might even have had a print of it, or Lismer, his family, his parents might have had a print of it. But at the very least, they would have seen it in like art school. Would have been talked about. Okay, let's just take a look. We haven't seen these side by side, I think, for a little bit. So we're starting to see it kind of come into shape here. I'm pretty happy now with the background. I think I might add a little bit of glaze, a tiny bit of yellow in there later on. But structurally, things are there. Now these trees, I didn't paint the entire tree. I'm just going to go dark as they go a little bit higher. So if you're wondering why don't the trees look so tall, it's because I just didn't bother painting all of them up. Yeah. Okay. Kind of feeling like I need to get some more tea here. Before I move on to my next step. I think I might just do that. Wash my hands. Okay, let's get some more tea. And then we'll come back here. Okay. Barbara says, I'm going to sign off now, sneak out while the teacher's not looking. Thanks, Michael. We'll watch the rest tomorrow. I've liked the episode and, of course, subscribed. Thanks, Barbara. Awesome. Yes, good night. Whoa, what happened? Whew, that was weird. Okay. So now that I've got some fresh tea and we've got the foreground established, let's just go in here and start painting some rocks and trees, and then of course the people rowing up to our fabled Isle of the Dead. So, let's look at the painting again. Remember, there's the original, and there's the brightened version. So we can always go much darker because that's how the painting originally looked, much more mysterious. And if we're not happy, if we feel like it's too light, we can always glaze a little bit of darker colors over the whole painting or sections of the painting later on. I'll probably do that with some of the water here. So it's always easier to start, and then we can paint the colors in and approximately, and then darken them if we need to. So we were working on some rocks before. We got a first little layer in here, but I think we want to do a bit more. Let's get some smaller brushes out. So another thing too is that I go out of my way to use bigger brushes for as long as I can get away with. And then I start using my smaller brushes kind of when I start getting to around this stage. Because if I start using small brushes earlier on, then I probably won't be putting them down. And I'll be using small brushes for the foreseeable future. And then that's a really slow way of working, is using those small brushes. Okay. So take our warm yellow again. You know what? I might do another quick little layer here with a little bit of white mixed in. I mean, that's very yellow. I'm not painting all of the rocks, I'm just thinking about these being my highlights here. Okay, let's maybe zoom in here for the first time. Ah, my brush just rolled into another color. Okay, let's clean that off. Ah, I forgot my water. Okay, let's get some more water. So we need to make a bit more, let's make a bit of a peachy color, because the more I look at this, the more I see kind of a bit of a peachy color in the hills here. So we've got our yellow, warm yellow, and warm red, and white. Okay, so you can see how that differs a little bit from this. Maybe let's see if I can use bigger brush to start. So when painting rocks, it's kind of tricky, but it's all about chaos. It's all about trying to you don't want it to be too precise or predictable. You want it all to kind of be a lot of variety. So I'm kind of just trying to brush color in all, not haphazardly, but I'm trying not to get too focused right now on details, just kind of splotching some color in. Okay. Let's add more red to this mixture now. Now it's a little bit more orange, but let's just... So probably some of this stuff that I'm doing might get covered up. Some of it might show through later, but you never know. Okay. Now I'm just going to go right to this brown that I had earlier. So we're just progressively moving into more browns from our warm yellow. I know that this area is going to be kind of have a blue cast to it, but I might do that as more like a glaze. I'm not sure. But it won't help to kind of, or won't hurt to define it a little bit here. I just realized that this is, there's reflections in here. Well, I'm not going to transform that into water. I'll keep this as a big rock, but I don't know, it's one of those things where as I'm painting things, some things I just completely miss. And then as I paint on it, those things kind of all of a sudden appear. I'm like, whoa, how did I miss that? What? That's weird. Now let's take a bit more blue, mix this into our brown. The more blue I put in here, the darker this brown is going to become. In fact, I think I need a bit bigger of a mixture here. Let's just... So I'm not really looking too carefully at the original, maybe quite obviously. Just trying to fill the painting up with as much kind of chaotic brush strokes as possible. Now I'm going to take more blue and start to turn this into a bit of a blue or a greenish brown. And so it maybe on the palette it looks kind of green, but when I start painting with it, it's going to look just like a dark brown. I'm going to start using this color to paint some of the bushes and things. I'm going to take a bit of that same color, maybe mix it into my white to get a bit of a tan color. Sometimes people use like sponges to try to paint rocks because it gives it a bit of that unpredictable, chaotic element. But of course, because of that, it can be kind of hard to control the sponge because it doesn't really, you know, that's what it's doing, is introducing some chaotic elements, but sometimes that's a bit too much for people to have to manage, so just be careful if you reach for a sponge. You never know exactly what's going to come off the sponge. Let's mix up even more. Now I'm just taking my warm blue, mixing it right in here, and now I've got like a really dark greenish brown. The line between brown and green is, well, there isn't one. It just sort of, at some point, a color just becomes what it is. So I wouldn't worry too much about trying to find that line. I think now I'm going to start painting my trees. Take a big blob of this color, mix this in. I want a nice dark brownish green. Not as, I mean, I'll go darker, but here I want to kind of establish maybe some lighter greens. Also this reminds me of Rene Magritte's paintings he did of I think it's called The Empire of Light. Is that the one? Where there's a street that the sky is all bright, like the sun is out, but the foreground where the street is shrouded in shadow, like as if it's the middle of the night. So just painting these trees from this close-up kind of remind me of that, because it's so relatively bright, the sky and behind. So just looking at these side by side again. So again, these trees are going to get darker, but I kind of like that there's this little bit lighter green underneath, so that as I paint, I can make some parts darker, some parts lighter. Now technically, I probably could have allowed some of this lighter sky to continue to pretty much right here, whereas mine kind of ends about there. So I could have gone an extra 1.5 inches or so. But I don't think it's going to make ultimately that much of a difference. Especially if I just if I darken these like with basically almost pure black up there, you'll still see the sky through them. And as recall, that's what the actual painting looks like versus this is the brightened version. Okay. What do I want to do now? Just looking at the original in mine. Just keep going with these greens. I guess let's just keep going. I guess let's take more blue. So the light is coming from the left, or kind of the back behind left a little bit. It's hard to, I don't know, maybe from the left, yeah. Maybe it is from the front left, now that it's a little bit ambiguous, but it's okay. dimensional, getting closer. Again, my colors are a little bit brighter, especially in the water at the moment, but we might, I don't know, I kind of like that blue, that really warm blue down there, but you know, it's funny, when I was doing the sky, I was kind of anxious about how streaky my sky looked. And now that I look at them side by side, I almost feel like my sky looks too good. And I look at what we have originally, and it looks very streaky. So that's one of those funny things is, yeah, it's funny how things work, doesn't it? Okay. Okay, I think what I want to do is put some of the pure white in on some of these buildings. I have to touch those up. Let's just go. I'm going to go in and use some of this white and yellow. I'm just going to use my cool yellow, even though it's probably a little bit warmer. Oh, thanks, Ari. Ari says, wow, it looks pretty good. Thank you. Okay. I mean, really, mostly this stage is just, I'm going to be darkening and darkening and darkening and darkening. Oops, what's that? Something. Let's blow dry this. Okay, let's do a new chapter here. Happy with where things are right now. I'm going to start darkening in a few moments, but I think what I want to do is do some of the reflections in the water now, so that I can start kind of, because I don't really want to do too much work around the figures in the foreground until that has been settled. So let's look at the painting again. Original versus this. So I'm really just looking at the bottom in the water to see what clues we have here. I mean, it's interesting that the reflections are very... I didn't even notice that's his signature there. Okay. You can see the reflections are super minimal. I mean, we see a bit here on this side. It's interesting that... I'm trying... Where's the water line? Is that the water line? And are these reflections? It's very ambiguous. It's clearer on that side. Okay. Oops. So I'm just going to do very subtle and very small little reflection. I was planning on doing more, but okay. So I've got glazing fluid here. I'm just going to get my brush saturated with glazing fluid. We're not going to need much of it, and then I'm just going to take a bit of, one of these browns. Mix this in here. I almost worry if that's too much. Well, that's pretty good. Not too saturated. I just want to really try to avoid having too much white in any of these colors. That's gonna show up like a sore thumb on here if I put too much on there. Okay, let's get another brush to soften and blend things out. Let's start maybe... Okay, this is good. This is a good level. Okay, that's super subtle, but I like it. I'm going to blow dry that. I'm going to do it again. Maybe add just a little bit more color to this. Let's blow dry that. Actually, well, one quick layer. This area is in shadow, but I'm just going to put it in here anyway. And I might glaze a darker color over top of it. Okay. So mixing up a black here. Or just adding to a black that was already there. And I want to glaze with this. I love doing this kind of thing with glazing fluid and just like shading things, muting colors big time. Just so satisfying. All of a sudden the painting just seems to get so much life and dimension. Okay, let's blow dry all of that. And let's just keep darkening. Same thing, we can have dark reflections in the water. So now this is pure black, or at least that I've mixed on my own. Ooh, my eyes are getting a little crossed here. So painting lines with a brush is tricky. Essentially what I do is I get the paint on my brush and then I spin the brush to try to get a nice pointy, not a edge, pointy point. I think that's the technical term, pointy point, I believe. I believe Leonardo wrote about the pointy point. He was a big proponent of pointy points, or the pointy point system, I think he's largely credited for. All kidding aside, somebody's, I think it's kind of like that with everything. Somebody has named, if you can think of it, somebody's probably already named it. Over here, I probably, before I started glazing, I probably should have tried to put some of these shadows inside the doorways, like in the other side of the painting. It's not a big deal that I didn't do that, but so really what I'm doing here is just adding little details. I know that some of this, basically everything I'm doing right now, is not really in the original, but I gotta make my own painting work. So I'm just adding these kind of little black specks and cracks and things into the rock faces to make it look like little details. I could do the same thing with white or light orange and stuff, although I probably have enough of that already. You know, I think I'm going to take a little bit. I was going to say, I guess I got to get more warm blue on here. So I'm going to take a bit of my warm blue, mix it into my black. Oops, where are we? That might make this black even darker. Sounds wet out there. It's beginning of winter here in Vancouver. That means rain for the next 6 months. I like that it kind of starts to get confusing as to where the water ends and the island begins in some of these places. After all, I was confused, from the original painting as well, so. Okay. That's where we're at the moment. I'm going to blow dry this here just to set it all in place. Okay, almost there. I want to do just some finishing touches. Mostly that's just on the figures in the boat, I think, and some little reflections. I mean, I could probably work on this for hours more, but I think we're getting ready to wrap this up, I think, don't you think? Now, obviously, you know, the original painting is much larger. In fact, let's just double check. So it's 43 by 61 inches, which, if you keep in mind, you know, a piece of plywood is 48 inches, and that's pretty much my arm span apart, right? So that's how wide this painting is, and then it's, you know, so it's a big painting. Or if you're using the metric system, you know, that's a meter, which is, again, about arm's length for me wide. So essentially, if you were to see this up close, those characters in that boat would probably be about the size of this painting on its own. So there's a lot of room to maneuver when you're working that big. When we're working on a painting that is literally, you know, 1/6 of the size, I think 1/5 or so of the size, well, it's a little trickier, right? I mean, that's as far as my lens will even zoom. Okay, so what do we want to do here? Ooh, didn't mean to put that much, but maybe we'll use it. Okay, so I'm just going to take my white. I mean, honestly, when I look at this, I kind of see it. This looks kind of like a big statue standing here. if I want to paint those oars perfectly white. Let's let me take some of this brown. I guess I need some warm yellow. I thought I could do without. Really helps to do this with nice fresh paint at the very end. You know, so I'm myself am guilty of trying to just use up my paint, and but when you're trying to do like little details at the end of a painting and you're using paint that's been sitting on your palette for hours, that paint is kind of all dried up and it's sticky and gummy, and it doesn't really behave all that well. So using fresh paint, especially you've been using gummy paint for a little while, and then you break out some nice fresh paint, you're like, oh wow, that's what that feels like. My brush is just barely touching the surface. That's why I'm going over and over and over again. You know, it's like I'm kind of tickling a bug or something. You know, I'm just let's get a bit of that orange color. Yeah, let's think about maybe blow drying this, but I think it's probably dry enough by now.
Venezuela is turning to Moscow and Beijing for help in the face of looming U.S. military invasion. But are these countries actually helping the Maduro regime, or is this more flailing from a diplomatically isolated regime? I'm Paul, U.S. Army combat veteran. Let's talk about the reality of Venezuela's search for help. So, as U.S. has been ramping up pressure,
okay, and so this set of reflections is coming from the building
what is going on
above.
as far as U.S. policy in Venezuela?
Right.
We talked about the fact that, well, nobody seems to be able
So,
to
if
what the U.S. goals are with their various operations, but documents that have recently been leaked show Maduro at least drafted a letter asking Russia for missiles, radars, and upgraded aircraft as U.S. forces build up in the Caribbean. Now, this includes also reach outs to China and Iran, looking to enhance its military capabilities, request assistance, particularly for defensive radars, aircraft repairs, potentially missiles, according to internal U.S. government documents obtained by Washington Post. In some cases, these are like a letter intended to be delivered during a visit to the Russian capital by a senior aide this month. Also, Maduro reaching out to Xi Jinping for expanding military cooperation. And this is likely his appeal ultimately is realism, right? That these are countries, Iran, for example, he is asking for, quote, passive detection equipment, GPS scramblers, and almost certainly drones with a 600-mile range. Likely a reference to the Iranian Shahed drones. Now, there's a whole bunch of problems with this. First off is that the strategy pursued by countries like Russia and Iran to counter NATO tactics rely on mass above everything. And so Iran providing, a few dozen or a few hundred Shaheds is not going to cut it. The appeal of the Shahed is that you can, well, make a lot of them. And the fact that Venezuela is isolated from those countries is actually kind of a big problem. Maybe not as big a problem as you might think, but it's not unsolvable, but a big problem. You also have the realism that Maduro recognizes, even though at times it seems like the American diplomatic and security establishment, at least in this White House, doesn't seem to be able to articulate that China, Russia, and Iran are enemies of the United States. They work tirelessly to thwart American influence and are committed to ending American hegemony. And these are also all dictatorships, right? So a vision.
Okay, I noticed that he's put little bits of kind of white in there very close to the shoreline. Let's do that.
So I point these out because a lot of hand-wringing is done by the United States and by the U.S. government, saying, well, Vladimir Putin's actually our friend, right? Our president claims to have a great relationship with Vladimir Putin. He's unwilling to actually put any pressure on Putin, and he's certainly unwilling to support our Ukrainian allies. So the whole thing is kind of absurd, right? Given that, again, everyone else in the world seems to know that the anti-American alliance remains strong, while they're
just like little sparkles of light. I like that.
Weaker, not at least in the 20th century or 21st century. And Russia seems to be answering the call, though. A cargo plane tied to the Russian military has arrived in Venezuela. Now, again, it could carry as much as 34 tons of material, possibly portable air defense systems or air-to-air missiles. But we're seeing, again, that this is a single cargo aircraft, right? And while it may bring some level of assistance to the Maduro regime, again, it is a long way from preparing the regime to fight and win against NATO forces, or against really U.S. forces. I'm using the term NATO to reflect the doctrine and organization of the U.S. forces. However, Russia is stepping up to provide diplomatic cover, denouncing U.S. military force in the Caribbean as excessive. Now, this is funny because you may note that Russia, particularly Russian diplomats like Kirill Dmitriev and even Putin himself, claim that they are eager to find cooperative paths forward with the United States, that once the U.S. stopped its pesky support of Ukraine, Russia is eager to become friends, but for someone who Russia is eager to become friends with, they also seem extremely willing, extremely committed to, well, backing up America's enemies. And again, the fact is that Venezuela was not really a significant ally of this anti-American coalition, and yet now they find themselves increasingly forced into this Chinese, the Sino-Russo sphere of influence, for lack of a better term, really the Sino sphere of influence, if we're honest with ourselves, right? Russia, according to an official Russian spokesman, Russia, quote, confirms our firm support for Venezuelan leadership in defending its national sovereignty. And Russian President Putin and Venezuelan President Maduro signed a strategic partnership agreement in May, right? Maduro has repeatedly alleged that the United States is hoping to drive him from power. This is literally what the U.S. policy...
Should we go back to this?
We don't have a U.S. policy.
Yellow and red that I mixed up, or orangey white color.
And media figures are really
use that to do some
the Russian armed forces may actually
sharper highlights.
And support for the regime may be more significant than they're letting on. Now, this is again a strategic choice by Russia to use this kind of signaling in lieu of actual concrete support, right? Because it would be transparently obvious if ships were to move from Russia laden with arms to Venezuela, even if they were to come in through the east and enter through another sort of friendly or at least not hostile country, maybe Brazil, for example. It seems to sort of triangulate between those worlds. Even if that were the case, there's still just, we would know, and it would not be easy for Russia to move significant quantities of arms and weapons to Venezuela. And that's what would have to happen, right? Because it seems like the alternative is Venezuela making its own drones and radar and aircraft, and that would require an almost complete rehaul of the Venezuelan economy. It's not an industrial economy. This is an agrarian country with a significant government-controlled oil industry, one in extreme poverty and economic collapse. But Russian lawmakers and media figures are saying that, well, America may be in for a surprise, as he suggests that Moscow give Venezuela a ration of missiles, which is funny because that's one of the things that actually the U.S. is best positioned to counter. Of course, the Russian State Duma's Defense Committee chair said, quote, I see no obstacles to supplying a friendly country with new developments such as the Areshnik, which is not the same thing as we are supplying them, right? He stressed that Russia remains Venezuela's key military technical partner, providing, quote, almost the full range of weaponry from small arms to aviation, and added that the Americans may be in for surprises. Now, Russian media is reporting without evidence.
Okay.
Target on the European continent in under an hour, obliterating it with warheads, each armed with an atomic munition. Now, the Russian Su-30.
I'm just noticing all these little white dots there. What is those flowers? Must be or something.
Excellent. It also says that Venezuela possesses Panzer S-1s and M2 air defense systems. But again, this is if they were so well equipped, Venezuela probably wouldn't have had to send out this request for more stuff, including jet engines, radar repairs, and logistics support. Right? Now, what I think is most interesting about this is there's a I'm trying to think of how to put this. It seems like Venezuela, these tools are not that effective. And we know this. Why? Because Iran received the same basic support. In fact, it's received significantly more support from Russia when Israel was threatening to strike it. And you may note that Israel essentially sliced through Iranian air defenses with almost no resistance. And these Iranian air defenses were built and arranged in consultation with the Russians, right? So the Russians said, this is how our air defense is organized. And that was literally meaningless, right? F-35s took out most major air defense systems, and then non-stealth aircraft operating in those corridors went in and simply hit these strategic targets. And there's no reason to think that if Venezuela receives any number of air defense systems, that it's going to be sufficient. And what I find more fascinating is the idea that Venezuela isn't looking at the decentralized tactics of the Russian army in Ukraine and using those as a model. Because the two things that Venezuela has is extremely low-level, like workshop-type industrial capabilities, and it has a lot of people, And so if the U.S. forces were to conduct some kind of landing operation, there were to be some kind of ground operation, what you would likely, the Venezuelan strategy would have to be an extreme reliance on FPV drones, particularly Russian fiber optic drones, and exploit the fact that U.S. forces in their current configuration don't actually have that many deployable, counter drone systems. We have to date 0 anti-fiber optic drone systems. So if you could field even 100 or even 1,000 fiber optic FPV drones, you could absolutely butcher a force of U.S. Marines landing on a Venezuelan coast, or paratroopers dropping into Caracas or something. You're talking about a weapon that really ground forces don't have any technology to reliably stop it. Jamming is a slightly different story, but even that isn't really that much because it's not clear that U.S. jammers could identify the frequencies fast enough, adjust their jammers to those frequencies, and then keep them operational for a long enough time. Again, combine that with the Russian strategy of essentially having no concentration of forces to speak of, can actually prove very, very effective. And the reason I say this is because the U.S. military relies on a smaller number of highly technically equipped and highly sophisticated weapon systems to achieve maneuver. But if there is no army to maneuver around, if your army, again, as the Russian army in Ukraine currently operates in groups of 2 or 3, what you have, when you combine that with things like FPV drones inflicting casualties consistently over time, what you have is essentially a denial of maneuver, and you create this environment where conventional maneuver warfare tactics don't work. And the United States has proven it is absolutely unwilling to fight a war of attrition, a true attritional war. And if Venezuela can simply only expend 10 troops for every 1 U.S. trooper killed, it would be comically easy for them to mobilize, again, say they are willing to take a Russian level of casualties. Let's say they are willing to assume 100,000 troops, and they lose 10 to 1. That's 1,000 troops killed in a year, right? That would be on pace with the worst era of the Iraq War. And I think it's fair to say that that seems like a better strategy than rely on missiles and air defense systems, particularly given the knowledge about U.S. stealth fighters. The best thing to do is simply build out a military that doesn't rely on air superiority. Again, this is almost like a formalized version of the Taliban strategy that said, listen, Taliban hardly ever concentrated their forces. Taliban operated in teams of 2 or 3, so small, so decentralized, that it was almost a waste of resources to have a fighter aircraft fly and drop munitions off. Total waste. But we'll see. I mean, Venezuela may recognize, as we have talked about on this channel, that right now the force off of the Venezuelan coast is not sufficient to conduct any kind of main ground invasion. It just doesn't exist. They just don't have the force capabilities. And so unless that changes, and that's going to take months and months to change, what you have instead is a threat that is primarily air-based. And that's probably what he's saying. He's like, listen, this is the best strategy we have, but in fact, the best strategy is not air defenses per se, or missiles, or it's probably very cheap drones, like drones like naval drones, to harass U.S. ships and forces and carrier strike groups. And then to just decentralize, to just vacate your military bases, operate deep in cities, operate in areas that are in much smaller groups, decentralize everything. Make it so that even if you were to fly F-35s into targets off of a carrier for months and months and months, they would still only take out less than 10% of your total sites, your total command and control.
Okay.
I want to point out there's one other,
Is there anything else I was gonna do here?
and that is this. North Korea sends 5,000 construction troops to Russia, according to Seoul. And this, I think, to help with, quote, infrastructure reconstruction, but I think this is usually code for, given that these are North Korean construction troops. I think this
Ari
is code
says, watching
for
TV while painting?
fortification building defensive.
I don't know, was I talking about that? I do like watching TV while I paint. Listening to podcasts.
You say, listen, yes,
Often, one of my favorite things to watch while I'm painting is like sports, because I mean I like sports, but I'm not a diehard fan, and it's the perfect thing that I can just sort of tune out for a while and then tune back in and tune out. Versus if I put a movie on, I'll end up kind of like just watching it. So things like talk radio, things that just sort of can go on endlessly. I find like listening to a book on tape, that takes too much of my attention, and I need to. Sometimes I'll just be like, well, I need to kind of focus, or I'll have it on for like an hour and then realize I don't remember anything that was just said.
It has the ability to exert informational control. It has the ability to exert economic control over their people in a way that democracies can't. Democracies can only persist if they have the ability to marshal.
There's someone talking in the background. Interesting.
Again,
What's
it's
going
not
on?
clear that we do, because we can't, on one hand, make a deal with China and then be like, we're really hostile to
Huh. Let me see.
Venezuela,
I can't really
deal with Russia,
check.
but then be like, well, we're fine with China. We can't do these things. We have to, on some level, acknowledge that this is a block, and we have to address at least the aspects of this that are a block. Don't get me wrong, they're not a monolith. They're not like taking orders from China the way a sergeant.
Yeah, I don't know, some video just started playing randomly in the background. Thank you so much, Ari, for letting me know. Hopefully that wasn't going on too long. Again, do not assume, I cannot hear anything that's playing, any of the music. I can't hear my own voice, except, I mean, I can't, so that way sometimes I don't know whether I'm muted or not. Please let me know. Do not assume that I know what's going on, because I clearly do not know what's going on. Okay. Do I want to put a little... I do feel like I do want a very subtle amount of... listen, just slight yellow in the sky there. So I'm going to take my... Let's take... Taking just a smidgen, maybe just a double smidgen of paint. And let's blend this into this glazing fluid. That's kind of nice. Super subtle. Let's bring a bit of it maybe just down into the water. Or do I want to go the opposite way? Maybe let's do warm blue in the water. Okay, we have arrived at that time, this chapter, this part of the video where we're going to take a look at the original by the great master and my version here, and we'll compare and contrast and see how well they turned out. So, maybe just before we do so, a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when the future episodes are taking place. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, you could scan this QR code or enter in that web address above there, and it'll take you directly to the PayPal page where you can safely, securely donate to support the channel. $1, $5, something like that is awesome. The price of a cup of coffee helps pay for the lights, the internet, all these things add up. Just a heads up, this is a bit of a money-losing operation. So if you want to send a check in the mail or an e-transfer with my email, and you want my email, it's on my website and on the Facebook group. You have to click the links down below. I know it's an extra bit of, I'm making it a little bit difficult for you to do that, but I get inundated with all sorts of spammy troll messages from Russian trolls who don't like that I've been featuring Ukrainian artists over the past little while. So if you don't mind going that extra little step, it's much appreciated. And if you want to support the channel or if you want free feedback on your artwork, next week's episode is our next free bonus feedback, and anything that's on the Facebook group, I'll give some time to give it some feedback, critique in as helpful and constructive a way as possible to help you improve. So scan that QR code or enter one of these addresses on the screen. It'll take you to a page that looks similar to that. So I would love to see what you've been working on. And just as a reminder, tomorrow there's another episode. We're doing a Picasso painting. So make sure you're subscribed so you see that. So there's the original painting, all right? Böcklin's painting, and there's the original, there's the brightened up version. And so let's bring them both side by side on screen together at the end, right? So that's the brighter version, that's the darker version. So, in both cases, mine has brighter, more saturated colors than his. The whole painting is quite muted. You can really see it when I darken this, how much brighter, more saturated, especially the blues on the bottom. Now, I don't mind that. I like bright, saturated colors, but if I was really gunning for what he's done here, I would just keep muting those colors, adding, a little bit of black in there, so that they're not so strong. I mean, I could just glaze over the whole painting with a brownish color, and that would kind of tone it all down, but I don't mind it like that. And I think especially after, in person, I really like it. It's also on camera, I brighten up the ISO so that you can see all my little details. So it definitely appears a little bit brighter on screen than it actually is. Like, my main concern was, am I going to be able to see these trees from the background? On camera, it's like, yeah, dude, obviously, it's so... But then in person, the line between the edge of these trees and the background is much more subtle than you might think. Anyway, let's... where should we zoom into? I think let's go to the bottom left here. I think that's about the same, right? So I'll just go right off there just so you can see the edge of the canvas. Remember that my canvas, 9 by 12 inches, is about the entire size of is the same size as really if we just cut out these figures in the boat. and the foreground. So just keep all that in mind. And be gentle with your criticisms. Okay, so as I said, my water is much warmer and more saturated and more intense than his. I do feel, as I look at it, it feels like it does make this painting maybe a little bit less mysterious, a little bit less ominous. You know, it feels just more normal, I would say, than his. His definitely, it has like a what is going on, where something about those brighter colors make it feel just it's like the difference between a Hollywood movie and a European Nouvelle Vague kind of thing. His has got a little bit more of a gritty quality, whereas mine is a little bit more clear. I don't mind all that. I mean, I like the colors, the contrasts there, but just something to note. Obviously, also, the way I painted the rocks is kind of a little bit sloppy, a little messy. If I really wanted to replicate what Böcklin did himself, I would have Böcklin. If I went, if I really wanted to replicate what Böcklin did, I would, spend a lot more time on those rocks. Rocks are really deceptively difficult to do, and they require patience and time. Let's go up to the top here. Now, this is another instance where I put a little glaze of cool yellow into the sky. I don't think that's visible at all on camera. Maybe a tiny bit. On mine, I can see it a little bit more, and I really like that. I think if that was not there, that would feel a little bit like a missing element. So the fact that it's there makes me really happy. Again, it's super subtle, but it just adds, otherwise it's just kind of empty sky. So that's working for me. I like that. Let's look at the tops of these trees here. Now, his trees are mostly solid. I mean, you could, when they're brightened up like this, we can certainly, like here's the original, and then brightened up. You could see that one side is lighter than the other, but mine, I definitely amplified that a bit. I think I was just a little bit afraid just to make them so solid, and they would also, now that I'm looking at it, his have more definition. Each one's a little bit more unique, whereas mine just sort of all look the same. Wow, it's interesting looking at that sky. This makes me feel a lot better because when I was applying my glaze and doing the background, I was kind of freaking out a little bit that it wasn't so precise. And then here I'm looking at this great master. Here's the original again. Here's my brightened up version. Look how kind of sloppy, kind of messy that sky is. In fact, it does look like he glazed back in here and lightened up that area around these trees. That's interesting. Which, I mentioned earlier, something I kind of would really prefer not to do because it makes it very clear that you've done something. And yet, here's a great example. Here's a master at work, and they did it. And people love this painting. So, that's just a good reminder to me that striving, it's good to strive maybe for perfection, but not to obsess over it. That many, many, many great artworks throughout history have little awkward moments in there, and we don't even think about it. It might just be, as I'm painting it myself, I notice those things and I get anxious about them. But as every artist does. Again, you can really see how blue this water is compared to the original. Or not blue, how deep that and warm mine is compared to his. Now on the right here, he's got a little bit of lighter area. Actually, now I notice it's sort of like a a strip of darker water. I didn't include a little bit of those details. I think, you know, after whatever 6 hours of painting, 5.5 hours, I'm kind of like, good enough for government work. I like that the rocks kind of disappear a little bit into the water. It's interesting that there's that reflection there. I didn't get that. Okay, let's just go to the center now. So as I said, this part of his painting is about 9 by 12, whereas my whole painting is 9 by 12, so I have limited room for detail, but yet that's okay. I like that little bit of yellow that he's put in the white. It gives it, that's the light from the sun. It suggests like a kind of a sunset type of color coming through. That kind of golden hour color that's illuminating the island. I'm not sure on his what this big, I don't know, that must be maybe either a big crack. I'm not sure what that is. Yeah. I also did my best just to continually darken in here. You know, and the more you look at it, the more you start to see possible things in here. But especially when it's in its original, it's like, wow, I cannot see what any of those details are. Okay. So let's just bring it back up. Okay. Another one bites the dust. Fascinating. I'm so glad I got a chance to paint this painting today. I've been thinking about it for a long time. This was one of the most often requested paintings that we've done. So, again, probably most people in North America never heard of it, but a lot of people in Europe certainly have. Very popular painting, especially in Switzerland, of course. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. Just remember, making art, talking about art, looking at art, all of those things are spreading the love and power of art and constructive, productive energy into the world, and that helps counterbalance all the negativity going on currently. So thank you so much for helping me trying to make the world a better place. We'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to be doing a very simple painting by Pablo Picasso, so I'm looking forward to painting that with you. We'll see you again. Have a great night or morning. Oh, my brain is fried. It's time to have some food, isn't it? Oh my goodness, it's been a while. Oops, whoop, come on back. Come on back. Come on, there we go. No, that's not working. Oh, come on. There we go. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you again very soon. Bye-bye.